And welcome back, everyone, to AMP for round 2 of the SARL. I am your commentator for today, Colson Ward, because Corey is not available. We are getting started with the Nova Drilling Catch 22. In pole position, we're going to have Angus McLarty, and then following him, Jim Marlowe and Jeanette Ball. The second, Ryan Hum and Kevin Burr. In the third row, Sylvain Godin, Lucas Bull, and Brianna Mosier. In the fourth, Jeff Martin and Tony Martin. And taking up the rear, Oleg Kvasha and Mike Kemp. Just a small change in the third row. Lucas Bull will not be participating. Another change, Sylvain also will not be participating. Someone might be entering the race from pit lane. And we, as the riders head through corner number 1. And heading through corner number 2. It appears Angus McLarty has a wide lead. A yellow flag going through corner number 3. Red flag is being waved on the field as a rider is down in turn 3. We're just going to be taking a little pause for a little while, and we will let everyone know when we will be back.
Test. Test, test. Test.
And we are preparing for the Nova Drilling Catch 22 race, first of the day, 5 laps instead of 7. Angus McLarty is in pole position, followed by Jim Marlowe and Jeanette Ball, Ryan Hum and Kevin Burr on the next row. Sylvain Godin, Lucas Bull and Brianna Mosier, Tony Martin and Oleg Vasha and Mike Kemp as they are underway heading into corner number 1. And heading into corner number 3, Angus McLarty has the lead, followed by Jeanette Ball. McLarty's lead gaining as he heads towards the back straightaway. And heading into the back straightaway, Angus McLarty has a second lead, followed by Jeanette Ball. And an overtake. Appears Ryan Hum might have overtaken third place. And heading through corner number 10 and into corner number 11, Angus McLarty, Jeanette Ball, Ryan Hum, followed by Jim Marlowe. And heading up the rear, Sylvain Godin. Angus's lead wide as Jeanette Ball lost third place to Ryan Hum. Hum and Ball battling for that second place position. As Angus McLarty heading to the back straightaway. And a rider went down in corner 5. Angus McLarty coming through corner number 10 and into corner number 11. McLarty by Hum, Ball, and Mosher behind her. My apologies, it is Mike Kemp in second position. Angus McLarty with a 1-second lead on Mike Kemp. Second place, Mike Kemp getting a bit of a lead on third place, Jeanette Ball. Jeanette Ball and Jim Marlowe close together as they go head down the back straightaway. Here's Angus McLarty completing his third lap. Jeanette Ball and Mosher are neck and neck heading through their third lap. Behind them is Ryan Hum. Kevin Burr now heading through. And carrying up the rear, Oleg Kvasha. Oleg Kvasha followed by Mosier and Sylvain. Angus McLarty still with a wide first place lead as he is exiting the back straightaway. Mike Kemp following him, followed by Jeanette Ball. Jim Marlowe falling slightly behind Jeanette Ball. Behind him, Ryan Hum. Behind Hum, Tony Martin. Last lap flag on the field. As the top five head into their final lap. Angus McLarty heading into the back straightaway with a few second lead over second place is Mike Kemp. That ball gaining more distance over Mosier. And there's McLarty heading through corner number 9. As racers begin to cross the finish line. Jeanette Ball with a lead over Mosier. Marlowe. And Ryan Hum. Top 5 have passed through the finish line. Here is Tony Martin. Kevin Burr heading through the finish line now. As Oleg Kvasha and Lucas number 10 into corner number 11. And Sylvain Godin pulling up the rear as all racers have finished their laps. Angus McLarty taking first place with a time of 1:23 seconds being his best. Followed by Mike Kemp, whose best time was 1:24. And rounding out the top 3, Jeanette Ball. And here we are preparing for the MCW Consultants Formula 46 heat race, which will be 4 laps. In pole position, Philip Warnell, followed by Matt Covey and Jonathan Anderson. In the next block, Darcy George and Stephanie Holman. Scott Campbell, Randy Bennett, and Gary McKinnon in the next, followed by Bobby Couturier and Scott Connolly. And in the final position is Pat Patterson, and they are on. And coming through corner number 2, we have an early overtake, as it seems like Philip Warnell still holds first position. Heading into the back straightaway. Warnell still with a slight lead. Warnell followed very closely by number 9, Gary McKinnon. As most racers head into corner number 2, we have Philip Warnell, followed by Gary McKinnon and Randy Bennett. Warnell and McKinnon with a slight lead over Bennett. Behind Bennett, we have Matt Covey and Darcy George, followed by Jonathan Anderson. And heading into the back corner once again, Warnell still with a slight lead. But it appears 4th and 5th is very close. That is between Matt Covey and Darcy George. Anderson catching up with them in 6th position. Darcy George possibly overtaking Matt Covey. And heading through corner number 9, Darcy George has taken over 4th position from Matt Covey. Darcy George still with that position over Matt Covey, followed by Jonathan Anderson. A bit of a gap before Stephanie Holman follows through. Stephanie Holman, Scott Campbell, Scott Connolly heading through the line. As a far distance is going between Bennett and Darcy George. Bennett pulling away from that 4th position, as Warnell is still very close with Gary McKinnon as they head through the back straightaway. Randy Bennett falling slightly further behind 2nd place, Gary McKinnon. As Covey was able to overtake Darcy George back straightaway, but George took him over again. It appears Jonathan Anderson might be attempting a takeover of Matt Covey as well. And Jonathan Anderson has pulled ahead of Matt Covey heading through corner number 9. Our top 3 remain stagnant, but 4 through 6 is anyone's game. As Darcy George, Anderson, and Covey head through the line as the last lap flag is shown. Following Matt Covey, we have Stephanie Holman, Scott Campbell, and Scott Connolly. George still holding the lead over Anderson and Covey. Covey coming close to Anderson. As Philip Warnell heads through the back straightaway, still with a mighty lead over 2nd place, Gary McKinnon. Matt Covey looking to take over Anderson on the back straightaway, but Anderson able to negate that overtake. Here comes Philip Warnell through corner number 11. And Warnell taking the victory, and McKinnon coming in second. Well, Randy Bennett in third. 4 through 6. Darcy George takes fourth, followed by Anderson and Covey. After Covey, we have Stephanie Holman, followed closely by Scott Campbell and Scott Connolly. And heading through corner number 9, we have our remaining 2 riders, Pat Patterson and Bobby Couturier. And heading through corner number 11, it appears Pat Patterson will take that 10th place position. That is Philip Warnell taking first place, followed by Gary McKinnon and Randy Bennett. In fourth, Darcy George, followed by Jonathan Anderson and Matt Covey. In 7th place, Stephanie Holman, followed by Scott Campbell and Scott Connolly. And in 10th, Pat Patterson with Bobby Couturier at 11th. And here we are again, getting ready for the third race of the day, the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman Heat Race. 4 laps. In pole position, we have Blaise Fougier, followed by Philip Warnell and Chris McRae. In the second positionings, we have George Church and Andy Hutchison, followed by Randy Bennett, Gary McKinnon, and Raul Aberlaise de la Paz. And carrying up the rear, Bobby Couturier and Mark Corkum. As riders are underway and heading through corner number 1 into corner number 2. And we see Blaise maintaining his first position, while Piers Warnell trying to overtake through corner number 4. And heading into the back straightaway. Blaise Fougier still with the lead, followed by Warnell, and Warnell and McKinnon. McCree behind McKinnon, followed by Bennett and Corkum. Heading through corner number 9. Blaise Fougier still with the lead as they head through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Blaise Fougier, Warnell, and McKinnon. McKinnon was trying to overtake Warnell. Very close race in that top 3 as they head through corner number 1 into corner number 2. Heading through corner number 2 into corner number 3. Blaise Fougier still with the lead. Milliseconds separating him and Philip Warnell and Gary McKinnon. Very close, possible overtake trying from Chris McRae, but falling behind on the back straightaway. McRae carrying up right next to McKinnon. McCree almost overtaking McKinnon on the back straightaway. McCree followed by Bennett and Corkum heading into corner number 9. Behind Corkum, Hutchison. And heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11, we see stagnant lead as Blaise Fougier just inches away from Philip Warnell, followed by Gary McKinnon and Chris McRae. Bennett very close with Mark Corkum. As racers complete their second lap, heading through, Blaise Fougier has lost the lead to Philip Warnell. Heading through corner number 3 into corner number 4. Chris McRae and Gary McKinnon very close. McKinnon maintaining that third place lead as they head towards the back straightaway. Warnell gaining lead over Blaise Fougier. Blaise attempting to get closer on the back straightaway. Chris McCurry once again almost overtaking Gary McKinnon on the back straightaway, but McKinnon able to keep his position as Mark Corkum passes Randy Bennett. Corkum now in that 5th place position. Heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. It is still all Philip Warnell. Behind Bennett, we have Hutchison heading through starting his final lap. Behind Hutchison, we have George Church and Raul Aberlaise de la Paz. Warnell still having the lead, heading through corner number 3 into corner number 4. Chris McRae again very close to Gary McKinnon, possibly attempting another overtake in this back half. And entering the back half, McCree only inches away from Gary McKinnon. Alongside, and McCree has overtaken McKinnon. Heading into the back half leaving the back half, McCree has the lead over McKinnon. Warnell still having the lead as they enter the corner number 9, leaving corner number 9. And heading into corner number 10, into corner number 11, it is Philip Warnell, Blaise Fougier, Chris McCree. Warnell with the victory, followed by Blaise Fougier and Chris McCree. Gary McKinnon getting 4th, while Mark Corkum and Randy Bennett get 5th and 6th respectively. Hutchison just crossing the finish line, getting 7th place. George Church narrowly beating Raul Aberles de la Paz. And Bobby Couturier heading into corner number 10. Through corner number 11. And the race is over. That is once again the top 3. Philip Warnell, followed by Blaise Fougier and Chris McCree. Gary McKinnon earning 4th, while Mark Corkum secures 5th. And here we are preparing for the Asylum Racing Vintage Open Heat Race 4 laps. In pole position, we have Blaise Fougier, followed by Philip Warnell and Pat Patterson. And then on the second line, Jonathan Head, followed by Randy Bennett. Racers are preparing, and they are off heading into corner number 1. Heading through corner number 1 and into corner 2. Blaise Fougier with the lead, followed by Philip Warnell. Warnell has Bennett right behind him as Blaise Fougier is taking a lead heading through corner number 5 into corner number 6. And heading into the back straightaway, a wide lead by Blaise Fougier, followed by Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett. Bennett just behind Warnell. Then further back, Jonathan Head, and in 5th place, Pat Patterson. Heading in through corner number 9. Fougier still with a wide lead into corner number 10, heading into corner number 11. And just milliseconds between Warnell and Randy Bennett. Head and Patterson finishing up, and the first lap is complete. Heading past corner number 2 into corner number 3, Blaise Fougier's lead ever growing. Warnell pulling ahead slightly from Randy Bennett. And Blaise Fougier heading down the back path. A wide open race, not many battles so far. Warnell maintaining a steady lead ahead of Randy Bennett as Pat Patterson enters the back straightaway. Blaise Fougier heading through and onto the front straightaway, completing his second lap with a time of 1:14. And Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett separated by only a few milliseconds. It's Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 3. Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett still a ways behind Blaise Fougier. Fougier heading through corner number 5 into corner number 6 into the back straightaway. Warnell's lead growing on Randy Bennett as they enter the back straightaway. As Warnell enters corner number 9, Blaise Fougier exiting corner number 9, heading into corner number 10 and through 11. The last lap flag being shown to Blaise Fougier. Head exiting corner number 9 while Pat Patterson is just entering. Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 3, while Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett just exiting corner number 2 into corner number 3. Blaise Fugier in the back straightaway. Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett just entering the back straightaway. Fugier into corner number 8, just beginning his enter into corner number 9. Warnell exiting the back straightaway, followed by Bennett. And here comes Blaise Fugier through corner number 10 into corner number 11. And Blaise Fugier will claim victory in the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. Here comes Warnell into the front straightaway, claiming second place. Right behind him, Randy Bennett claiming third. It's Pat Patterson exiting the back straightaway. Head exiting corner number 9. And here comes Jonathan Head into corner number 11. Claiming fourth place. And Pat Patterson in corner number 11. And the race is over. Blaise Fugier claiming first place. Philip Warnell second. And Randy Bennett third. Pat Patterson, Jonathan Head earning fourth. And Pat Patterson fifth. And here we are preparing for the Good Robot Brewing Company AM Sport Bike with a 10-lap race. In pole position, Andy Hutchison, followed by Michael Scott and Morgan Taylor. Paul Clark is in 5th. Lining up after Paul Clark, we have Michael Brunt and Matt Rector. And in the back, we have Mark Corkum. So the racers are underway. Heading through corner number 1. And exiting corner number 2, we have Andy Hutchison in 1st place, seemingly followed by Michael Scott and Morgan Taylor. It is appeared that Paul Clark has fallen into that 6th position, with Michael Brunt taking his position. And heading down the back straightaway, Hutchison and Corkum seemingly taking over. I believe that is Michael Scott. Corkum is now in 3rd place. Heading through corner number 9. Andy Hutchison, followed by Morgan Taylor and Mark Corkum, followed closely by Michael Scott. Behind Michael Scott, we have Paul Clark, Michael Brunt, and Matt Rector close together. Hutchison lead gaining as Corkum attempting to take over Morgan Taylor in corner number 3. Corkum falling behind Taylor once again. And heading into corner number 5, into corner number 6, and the back straightaway. Hutchison's lead growing as Morgan Taylor and Corkum just milliseconds apart. And behind Corkum, Michael Scott taking in 4th position. Corkum attempting an overtake. And Morgan Taylor able to stave off that overtake in corner number 9. Very good defensive riding by Morgan Taylor. Corkum still on Taylor's back. They are neck and neck heading into the line. Very close race between Morgan Taylor and Mark Corkum. And pulling up the reel, Michael Brunt, followed by Paul Clark and Matt Rector. Mark Corkum is now in 2nd place, having overtaken Morgan Taylor. Heading through corner number 5. Into corner number 6 now. Hutchison with the lead, followed by Corkum, Morgan Taylor, and Michael Scott. Bit of distance between Corkum and Taylor. As now just heading into the back straightaway, we have Michael Brunt, followed by Paul Clark and Matt Rector, all still very close. Paul Clark almost overtaking Michael Brunt, heading into corner number 7. Neck and neck between Andy Hutchison and Mark Corkum. And it seems like Corkum has gone from last position to just behind Andy Hutchison. Heading through corner number 5 into corner number 6. Hutchison and Corkum, neck and neck. Corkum just behind him. as Corkum seems to be attempting a pass on the back straightaway. They are neck and neck. Corkum has overtaken Andy Hutchison, just exiting the back straightaway. Taylor and Scott still behind, but this is definitely a race between Corkum and Hutchison. What play by Corkum to go from 10th place now in first position. Taylor and Scott neck and neck as well. Milliseconds between the two. There's a 3 wide turn going into corner number 9. Clark is ahead of Michael Brunt, followed by Matt Rector. The 3 are still just milliseconds apart. Heading into the back straightaway, Corkum's lead ever growing. Andy Hutchison just behind him. Corkum taking a miracle run. Taylor still with the lead over Michael Scott for that 3rd place position. Corkum heading past corner number 9 into corner number 10. Into corner number 11. And Clark on the back straightaway with Michael Brunt and Matt Rector. Rector and Brunt very close together. Andy Hutchison just recording his best lap time with a minute 15. So far, Mark Corkum holds the best time today with a minute 13. And Paul Clark has kind of overtaken as Matt Rector has also overtaken Michael Brunt. And Corkum's lead ever growing, still over Hutchison. As the bottom 3 have kind of spread out quite a ways as Paul Clark and Matt Rector are leaving Michael Brunt behind. Corkum heading through corner number 1. Morgan Taylor and Michael Scott coming into the front straightaway. Corkum heading into corner number 3. Hutchison following. Very close chance there for Michael Scott to overtake Morgan Taylor, but Taylor remaining in that 3rd place position. Corkum is halfway through the back straightaway. Exiting the straightaway, Hutchison gaining on Corkum. Still a ways to go for Andy Hutchison. As Michael Brunt has entered the paddock. Corkum heading into corner number 3 as Hutchison exits corner number 2. And just exiting the back straightaway, Paul Clark followed by Matt Rector. And a possible overtakes as it looks like Mike may have entered that 3rd position. just before corner number 3. Corkum exiting the back straightaway. Michael Scott and Morgan Taylor just entering it. And yes, Michael now in 3rd place position over Morgan Taylor. Taylor fast approaching Scott though on the back straightaway. Heading through corner number 9 into corner number 10 and corner number 11, Michael Scott still with the lead over Morgan Taylor. Corkum heading through corner number 3. Still has a wide lead over Andy Hutchison. Hutchison heading through corner number 3 as Corkum heading through corner number 5. Paul Clark still with a small lead over Matt Rector. Corkum in the back straightaway, just exiting. Scott with a small lead, Morgan Taylor. Morgan Taylor hoping to take advantage of this back straightaway, getting a bit closer. Michael Scott able to keep a decent lead over Morgan Taylor after exiting the back straightaway. As here comes Corkum. Last lap started for Mark Corkum. And Andy Hutchison joining him in the final lap for the front top 2 racers. And Scott has also ended his final lap, as has Taylor. Corkum heading through corner number 4 as Hutchison enters corner number 3. Rector and Paul Clark very close together on the back straightaway. Rector just behind Clark. Rector attempting possibly a pass, but falling behind Paul Clark once again. As here comes Corkum through corner number 9. Corkum exiting corner number 9 now. Into corner number 10 through corner number 11. And there it is, from last to first, Mark Corkum claiming first place in this race, as Andy Hutchison comes to claim second. And in 3rd place, Michael Scott. As we now see Paul Clark and Matt Rector entering the back straightaway for their final lap. The two very close together. Paul Clark gaining still has a slight lead over Rector as they begin their entrance into corner number 9. And here comes Clark through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Rector right beside Clark, but Paul Clark will claim 5th. Rector right next to him, but unable to make that slight extra leap over Clark. The story of this race, though, Mark Corkum going from 7th position all the way up to 1st. After Corkum, Andy Hutchison and Michael Scott rounding off the top 3. Behind them, Morgan Taylor in 4th, Paul Clark and Matt Rector making out the top 6. as Mark Corkum goes out on the track for a victory lap. And here comes Mark Corkum entering the paddock. And here we are preparing for the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race, 10 laps. John Fraser in pole position, followed by Mario Richard and Brad Bork. Chris McRae and Kristen Whitehead in the second layer, and Crowdis Roberts, Chad Whitehead, and Scott Alexander pulling up the rear. As the racers are now underway, heading through corner number 1 into corner number 2. As John Fraser pulling out for a large lead, followed by, it appears to be, that might be Scott Alexander. All riders pretty close except John Fraser pulling off a decent lead heading through corner number 6 and into the back straightaway. In second place, that looks to be Scott Alexander. And Chris McRae overtaking fourth place going into third. Crowdis Roberts in fourth. Mario in fifth. And it looks like Brad Bork just overtook for the 6th place position. Heading through corner number 11. John Fraser with a commanding early lead, followed by Scott Alexander and Chris McRae, Crowdis Roberts, Mario, Brad Bork, and then we see Chad and Kristen Whitehead respectively. Heading through corner number 2 into corner number 3, Fraser as ever-growing lead, followed once again by Scott Alexander and Chris McRae. Heading through corner number 3, it is a close race for everyone but Fraser as he heads through corner number 5 into corner number 6 and onto the back straightaway. And Chris McRae now in second position, overtaking Scott Alexander. As we see all racers on the back straightaway, it's Chris McRae, and it looks Scott Alexander was overtaken again. Unable to make out what racer that was. Racers heading through corner number 9. Chris McRae in second. Mario Richard in third, followed by Scott Alexander and Brad Bork. Mario is in third place. John Fraser heading through corner number 3 as riders getting through corner number 2. McRae and Richard pulling away from the pack. It appears that Brad Bork has overtaken Scott Alexander. John Fraser in the back straightaway as other racers begin to enter it. Chris McRae. Again, followed by Mario Richard. McRae and Richard seemingly neck and neck. Mario may have taken the lead. Mario has taken the lead over Chris McRae. Mario Richard in second place. As John Fraser enters the front straightaway. Fraser followed by Mario and McRae. Behind McRae, Brad Bork, followed by Scott Alexander, Crowdis Roberts, and the Whiteheads. Mario's lead slightly growing over Chris McRae as they enter corner number 3. Bork definitely has a lead growing over Scott Alexander. Into the back straightaway, Fraser again has a large lead. Mario just entering the back straightaway. Mario Richard again, followed by Chris McRae. Brad Bork, and behind Brad Bork, Scott Alexander, followed again by Crowdis Roberts, Chad Whitehead, and Kristen Whitehead, respectively. Mario heading through corner number 11 and into the front straightaway. McCurry behind him. Brad Bork still maintaining that fourth position, while Crowdis Roberts seems to be battling for that place with Scott Alexander. A large gap entering between the fourth and fifth racer respectively. John Fraser still with a very large lead over second place, Mario Richard. Heading out of the back straightaway is Mario Richard, again followed by Chris McCurry. Going in corner number 9. The bottom 4 still maintaining their current positions. Mario Richard and Chris McCurry getting their halfway marker. Brad Bork also. There is a 8-second differential between John Fraser and Mario Richard. Chris McCurry 3 seconds behind Mario Richard. John Fraser through corner number 8, heading into corner number 9. As the distance between the top 3 racers ever growing. Brad Bork attempting to maintain that 4th place position, attempting to get closer. But again, as said earlier, just such a wide differential, just a wide lead between the top 4 places. Scott Alexander maintaining that 5th place position, followed by Crowdis Roberts. Chad Whitehead right behind him, followed by Kristen Whitehead. John Fraser heading through corner number 4. John Fraser entering the back straightaway, while Mario Richard just entering corner number 4 now. John Fraser's lead growing as there is now a 10-second differential between him and Mario Richard, as we possibly see a possible overtake happening in the back half. Very close. Alexander able to keep his position ahead of Crowdis Roberts. As they now enter the back straightaway. Chad Whitehead right on Crowdis Roberts' back. As they head through corner number 7 into corner number 8. And every single lap, John Fraser gaining seconds on Mario Richard in second place. But it is still anyone's race for that 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place position. Scott Alexander doing a good job of keeping people from passing him. Multiple chances. Alexander has been playing a very strong defensive game so far. Chris McCurry just exiting the back straightaway, followed by Brad Bork, as John Fraser heads through the front straightaway for his 8th lap. And here comes Mario coming through corner number 11. Chad Whitehead trying to find a way past Crowdis Roberts in corner number 9, just unable to at this time. Chad Whitehead very close to Crowdis Roberts there, trying to get that 6th position from Crowdis. As John Fraser heads through corner number 9. Mario Richard on the back straightaway. Chris McRae just entering the back straightaway, followed by Brad Bork. John Fraser coming through corner number 11 for his last lap flag. Entering the back straightaway, Scott Alexander, followed by again Crowdis Roberts, Chad Whitehead, and Kristen Whitehead. Chris McCurry and Brad Bork gaining their last lap flag as well. Heading through corner number 9, Crowdis Roberts very close with Scott Alexander. Alexander pulling away slightly out of corner number 11. John Fraser coming through corner number 9. As Mario Richard entering the back straightaway. And also entering the back straightaway is Chris McCurry and Brad Bork. And here comes John Fraser for the win. John Fraser claiming first place in the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race. Heading through corner number 9 to corner number 10. And now entering corner number 11, Mario Richard. And Super Mario getting 2nd place. Chris McCree earning 3rd, Brad Bork 4th, as we await to see if there will be any changes to the bottom 4. Crowdis Roberts, knowing his time, is attempting to get past Scott Alexander. It's very close heading into corner number 10 into corner number 11. Scott Alexander claiming 5th place. Crowdis Roberts 6th. Chad Whitehead 7th. And Kristen Whitehead 8th. And there is John Fraser with a large 20-second lead over Mario Richard for the win. And again, John Fraser earning 1st place, Mario Richard 2nd, and Chris McCree rounding out the top 3. Brad Bork earned 4th, while Scott Alexander earned 5th, followed by Crowdis Roberts, Chad Whitehead, and Kristen Whitehead. And here we are, the MCW Consultants Formula 46 race, which is 8 laps. In pole position, Philip Warnell, followed by Gary McKinnon and Randy Bennett. Darcy George and Jonathan Anderson in the next row, followed by Matt Covey, Stephanie Holman, and Scott Campbell. In the 4th row, Scott Connolly and Pat Patterson. And 5th alone, Bobby Couturier. Racers are underway and headed into corner number 1. And coming out of corner number 2, it appears Warnell has the lead, followed by Gary McKinnon. Randy Bennett seems to have 3rd place position. Heading through corner number 4. And through corner number 5, entering corner number 6 and the back straightaway. Warnell with a slight lead over Gary McKinnon. Bennett right behind McKinnon, followed by appears to be Darcy George. And Matt Covey has just taken over Darcy George for 4th place. Darcy George trying to take it back. And Bennett has overtaken Gary McKinnon. Bennett now in 2nd place, close behind Philip Warnell, heading through corner number 9. And as you heard, Warnell in 1st position so far, followed by Bennett, and a very close following, Gary McKinnon. Followed by Matt Covey and Darcy George. Behind them, Stephanie Holman, followed by Scott Connolly. Pulling up the rear, Pat Patterson and Bobby Couturier. Warnell, McKinnon, and Bennett pulling away from the rest of the crowd as Matt Covey is still very close with Darcy George. As they begin on the back straightaway, Warnell's lead slightly growing over Bennett. And a bit of a large gap between 3rd and 4th place, respectively, as Matt Covey is in the back straightaway. Darcy George right behind him, followed by Stephanie Holman. Right behind him is Scott Connolly. As it appears, Jonathan Anderson is very close to overtaking Scott Connolly. Entering through corner number 9. Right behind Anderson, we have Scott Campbell. As going through the front straightaway. Heading through corner number 3 now. Warnell still with a slight lead. Bennett very close to him. And Darcy George has taken his lead back from Matt Covey. Heading through corner number 3 and into corner number 4. As the gap between 3rd and 4th place is ever growing as the top 3 are on the back straightaway. Darcy George and Matt Covey on the back straightaway. It looks like Matt Covey is attempting an overtake once again on the back straightaway. And he's done it. Matt Covey seemingly has taken over 4th position from Darcy George. The top 3 remains the same as Philip Warnell, Randy Bennett, and Gary McKinnon. Darcy George very close to Matt Covey, who is in 4th place, followed by Stephanie Holman. Jonathan Anderson right on the butt of Scott Connolly. The top 2 getting very close together, but Gary McKinnon falling slightly behind. Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett on the back straightaway. As said, Gary McKinnon falling a few seconds back of Randy Bennett. Also entering the back straightaway, Matt Covey, closely followed by Darcy George and again Stephanie Holman. Scott Connolly able to hold his lead over Jonathan Anderson for now, followed by Scott Campbell. And heading through corner number 11, Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett very close together. And through corner number 11 now, Gary McKinnon, as the halfway marker is out for the top three. Matt Covey and Darcy George very close, Stephanie Holman falling slightly behind. Philip Warnell posting his best time of the race so far at 1:13. And as we see heading through corner number 2, Matt Covey still with the lead, Darcy George just behind him, Stephanie Holman falling a bit further behind, and Jonathan Anderson has overtaken Scott Connolly. On the back straightaway, Philip Warnell, followed closely by Randy Bennett. McKinnon falling a bit further behind. Matt Covey also getting a slightly larger lead over Darcy George. Darcy George coming back, though, closing the distance between him and Covey. Jonathan Anderson exiting the back straightaway with the lead over Scott Connolly and Scott Campbell. Enter corner number 3, Philip Warnell still with the lead over Randy Bennett. Heading into the back straightaway, Philip Warnell has a slightly growing lead over Randy Bennett. Randy Bennett taking advantage of the back straightaway, trying to close that gap. Few seconds behind Bennett is McKinnon. Now just entering the back straightaway. Matt Covey still with the lead over Darcy George. Heading through corner number 9, Darcy George has taken over Matt Covey's position. Darcy George is now in 4th place. Taking advantage of that corner 9 to take advantage of corner 9. And gaining 4th place, Matt Covey still right behind him. Matt Covey side by side with Darcy George as they head into corner number 1. Anderson has the lead still over Scott Connolly. As Philip Warnell enters the back straightaway, followed by Randy Bennett. Pat Patterson and Bobby Couturier entering corner number 9. Gary McKinnon also now just exiting the back straightaway. Philip Warnell closing in on Bobby Couturier. The back straightaway, Matt Covey has once again taken over Darcy George, the two of them seemingly playing leapfrog. Darcy George almost retaking his position through corner number 9. Good defensive racing by Matt Covey. The two are neck and neck, bouncing back and forth. And Scott Connolly seems to have taken over Jonathan Anderson's position once again, getting his lead back over Anderson and Campbell. As we now see on the back straightaway, Philip Warnell has overtaken Bobby Couturier and Pat Patterson. Randy Bennett just heading through corner number 8. Heading to corner number 5 into corner number 6 straightaway. Matt Covey and Darcy George still battling for that 4th place position as Philip Warnell has claimed 1st place in the MCW Consultants. Formula 46 followed by Bennett. Matt Covey still with the lead over Darcy George. As Scott Campbell has overtaken Jonathan Anderson on the back straightaway. They're heading into corner number 9 now. Matt Covey with a large lead over Darcy George. Matt Covey will be claiming 4th place. And Stephanie Holman taking over Darcy George. Stephanie Holman taking home 5th place. And Scott Conley earned 7th place, followed by Scott Campbell and Jonathan Anderson. What a last-minute effort there from Stephanie Holman to claim 5th place under the nose of Darcy George. Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett now entering the paddock. Racers are entering the paddock now. Bobby Couture and Pat Patterson exiting alongside Gary McKinnon. And once again, Stephanie Holman with the quickness on the front straightaway, just overtaking Darcy George. So naming the order once again, Philip Warnell in 1st place, followed by Randy Bennett and Gary McKinnon. In 4th place, Matt Covey, followed by Stephanie Holman and Darcy George. Scott Conley earning 7th. Scott Campbell 8th. Jonathan Anderson earning 9th. And Pat Patterson and Bobby Couturier 10th and 11th respectively. And here we are getting ready for the finish line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike 4-lap race. In pole position is John Fraser, followed by Blaise Fougier and Corey Canfield. In the second line is Chris McCree and Tim Storer. And taking up the rear, Crowdis Roberts and Scott Alexander, as racers are preparing to race, and they are off. Here they go down corner number 1. Fraser in first place still, followed by Blaise Fougier. Believe I see Corey Canfield there in the third position. Be seeing better in the back straightaway, as John Fraser still has the lead, followed by Blaise Fougier, and I believe that is, yes, Corey Canfield. Followed by Tim Storer, Crowdis Roberts, Chris McCree, and taking up the rear is Scott Alexander. And it appears Chris McCree just passed Crowdis Roberts. John Fraser heading through corner number 11, completing his first lap of the race, followed by Blaise Fougier and Corey Canfield. Close behind, Tim Storer, followed by Chris McCree, Crowdis Roberts, and Scott Alexander. John Fraser exiting corner number 2, heading into corner number 3, getting a slight, well, not slight, large lead over Blaise Fougier. Right behind him, Corey Canfield. A gap seemingly forming between Canfield and Tim Storer. Behind Storer, Chris McCree. Into the back straightaway, John Fraser still with the lead. Well, it seems Corey Canfield slightly gaining on Blaise Fougier as they exit the back straightaway. Chris McCree catching up with Tim Storer, while Crowdis Roberts and Scott Alexander continue to take up the rear. Heading through corner number 11, here comes Blaise Fougier, closely followed by Corey Canfield. Tim Storer looking behind him, seeing Chris McCree right on his tail. John Fraser pulling even further away from Blaise Fougier, heading through corner number 4. As it appears, Chris McCree has overtaken Tim Storer, heading through corner number 3. Blaise Fougier just entering the back straightaway, followed by Corey Canfield. Chris McCree very close to on his tail. Storer attempting a pass, but McCree being able to maintain his position. Blaise Fougier entering corner number 3, followed again by Corey Canfield. John Fraser entering through corner number 5, heading corner number 6 and the back straightaway. Chris McCree is gaining over Tim Storer, having a larger lead than, well, just a little while ago. Corey Canfield using that back straightaway to slightly gain on Blaise Fougier. Blaise still has quite a distance between the two, though. Racers are decently spread out among the track. Blaise Fougier 8 seconds behind John Fraser, and Corey Canfield just a second behind Blaise Fougier. But then there is a 10-second differential between Corey Canfield and Chris McCrae. John Fraser heading down the back straightaway. As Blaise Fougier and Corey Canfield just enter the back straightaway, John Fraser is leaving it. Chris McCrae has an ever-growing lead over Tim Storer as they head into the back straightaway again. Fraser with an amazing time to beat so far at 1 minute and 8 seconds around the track. And again, setting it better, just beating his old time by a few milliseconds. As I said earlier, quite a bit of distance between each rider, not a very close race today. Fraser entering the back straightaway as Blaise Fougier is heading to corner number 4. Fraser heading through corner number 9 as Fougier and Corey Canfield are still on the back straightaway, just exiting it through corner number 7. Chris McCrae has a large lead now over Tim Storer. Curtis Roberts still maintaining a decent distance between himself and Tim Storer, while Scott Alexander has fallen further behind on the back straightaway. Heading into the back straightaway, Blaise Fougier again gaining some ground over Corey Canfield as his lead continues to grow over third place. And similarly, Chris McCrae, even larger lead now over Tim Storer. Curtis Roberts slightly gaining on Tim Storer for that 5th place position. As here comes Blaise Fougier and Corey Canfield along the front straightaway, being signaled halfway. Here comes Chris McCrae through corner number 10 into corner number 11. And the front straightaway, Chris McCrae being signaled halfway through the race. And still John Fraser with a large lead exiting the back straightaway before Blaise Fougier even entered it. Blaise just entering the back straightaway now. John Fraser with a remarkable lead out there today. Corey Canfield exiting the back straightaway. Heading into corner number 9 as Blaise Fougier is exiting corner number 9. And here comes Blaise Fougier around corner number 11. John Fraser posting his best time so far, still in the minute 8 section. Again, milliseconds faster. He is not slowing down for anyone. John Fraser exiting the back straightaway. Closing in on 7th place, Scott Alexander, a possible lapping in the future. John Fraser just exiting that corner number 9 as Scott Alexander is in corner number 11. Crowdis Roberts getting closer to Tim Storer exiting corner number 3. Storer using that turn to gain some momentum on Crowdis Roberts, strengthening his lead over Roberts. Exiting the back straightaways, Tim Storer still with a decent lead over Crowdis Roberts. Chris McCrae coming through corner number 11. As John Fraser has lapped Scott Alexander, heading off of the back straightaway. And the battle we are seeing now is Tim Storer versus Crowdis Roberts. Crowdis Roberts getting closer to Tim Storer. John Fraser entering corner number 3 as Blaise Fougier exiting the back straightaway, heading into corner number 1. Crowdis Roberts getting closer to Tim Storer, heading out of the back straightaway into corner number 8, heading into corner number 9. This seems to be the battle here, folks, as Crowdis Roberts gaining ever closer to Tim Storer. Storer and Roberts still battling for that. I believe it is 5th place positioning heading into corner number 6 and the back straightaway. Roberts just on the tail and overtaking Tim Storer. Crowdis Roberts has gained that 5th place positioning, taking advantage of that back straightaway and passing Tim Storer. As Chris McCrae heading through the front straightaway into corner number 1. Crowdis Roberts gaining lead over Tim Storer, having just passed him as they head through the front straightaway. Followed by John Fraser. Here we see Blaise Fougier heading through the front straightaway. Scott Alexander just behind him. Blaise has effectively lapped Scott Alexander. Corey Canfield also now entering corner number 1. And on the back straightaway, Crowdis Roberts lead over Storer ever gaining, and just now John Fraser has lapped Tim Storer.
John Fraser getting ever closer to Crowdis Roberts. Blaze Fouchier exiting the back straightaway now. And last lap flag being shown to John Fraser, who has lapped almost everybody. Just behind Crowdis Roberts. Here comes Corey Canfield heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Being shown the last lap flag. John Fraser with a 20-second lead over second place Blaze Fouchier. Coming through corner number 9. Into corner number 10 and corner number 11. And John Fraser earns first place at the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Sport Bike. And here comes Blaze Fouchier, who will be earning second place. Again, a 20-second difference between him and Fraser. Fraser just taking this race and dominating. It's the only word that could be said. Absolutely dominating. And Corey Canfield earning third place. A whole 40 seconds behind Fraser and 20 behind Blaze Fouchier. Coming around through corner number 10 and into corner number 11, Chris McCree earning fourth place. And John Fraser entering the paddock, a winner in the Pro Superbike. So here is the positioning. John Fraser earning first, Blaze Fouchier second, and Corey Canfield third, wrapping out the top 3. Chris McCree earned fourth place, followed by Crowdis Roberts, Tim Storr getting sixth place, and Scott Alexander securing 7th. And welcome back after that little break for race number 6 today, the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. In pole position is Blaise Fougier, followed by Philip Warnell and Randy Bennett. And then in the second line, we have Jonathan Head and Pat Patterson. Racers are at the starting positions as the race is about to begin. And they are racing. Heading into corner number 1, it appears Fougier with the lead. And yes, Blaise Fougier with the lead, followed by Philip Warnell, but it appears that is a takeover from Randy Bennett, taking over Philip Warnell's second position as the two seem to be battling before. I believe that is still Randy Bennett to take second place. Entering now the back straightaway, Blaise Fougier getting a steady lead over second place Randy Bennett. Warnell still right behind Bennett, possibly trying to overtake him on the back straightaway. Just inches between the two. Bennett doing some very defensive driving, keeping Philip Warnell behind him. Jonathan Head is in fourth position. Pat Patterson taking up the rear. And here comes Blaise Fougier for his first lap of the race, followed by Randy Bennett and Philip Warnell. Jonathan Head heading through corner number 11, followed by Pat Patterson. A very close place race for that second place position. Heading through corner number 2, Blaise Fougier still maintaining his lead, an ever-growing lead. It's Warnell now has the lead once again over Bennett. Heading through corner number 3. Less than a second separating Bennett and Warnell as they head into corner number 5 and into number 6 as they begin the back straightaway. Once again, Blaise Fougier pulling even further ahead. And Warnell pulling further ahead of Bennett. But Bennett coming storming back, getting slightly closer to Warnell. And here comes Jonathan Head exiting the backstretch and Pat Patterson. Heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11, Blaise Fougier. And Warnell getting an ever-growing lead over Randy Bennett. Philip Warnell in second place, Bennett in third. And here comes Jonathan Head in the front straightaway heading into corner number 1. Blaise Fougier, an ever-growing and I'd say pretty commanding lead over Warnell and Bennett. Heading into the back straightaway, Warnell's lead also ever-growing over Randy Bennett. Racers spreading out amongst the track. Blaise Fougier just exiting the back straightaway as Jonathan Head just about entering the back straightaway. Warnell heading through corner number 8, heading towards corner number 9 as Randy Bennett now also entering corner 8 into 9. And here comes Blaise Fougier once again, speeding through corner 11. Warnell following. And Bennett after him. And here comes Head coming through corner number 11. Blaise Fougier heading through corner number 5. Going through corner number 6 and entering the back straightaway. Warnell slightly gaining on Fougere, but Fougere still with a very commanding lead. And Warnell getting ever further away from third place is Randy Bennett. Blaise Fougere with a solid 5-second lead over Philip Warnell. As here comes Blaise Fougere coming through on the front straightaway. Halfway through the race for Blaise Fougere and Philip Warnell. Randy Bennett also now receiving the halfway marker. Exiting or entering corner number 3. Warnell now also entering corner number 3. And as said before, pretty decent distance between every single racer. Blaise Fougere entering the back straightaway, while Philip Warnell just entering the back straightaway as well. Bennett entering corner number 5, heading into corner number 6. Blaise Fougere exiting corner number 9, heading into corner number 10. Philip Warnell on the front straightaway heading into corner number 1. And here comes Randy Bennett. The Racers staying true to their starting positions. Blaise Fougere in first, Philip Warnell in second, Randy Bennett rounding out the top 3 so far. And here's Blaise Fougere exiting corner number 7, heading into corner number 8. Warnell now also exiting the back straightaway. And here comes Blaise through number 10 and heading into corner 11 and the front straightaway. Jonathan Head just exiting that back straightaway while Randy Bennett is heading through the front straightaway. Jonathan Head heading through corner number 10 into corner number 11. Blaise Fougere exiting the back straightaway, heading into corner number 8. It's Pat Patterson heading into corner number 1. Blaise Fougere entering corner number 10, heading into corner number 11. As he is signaled final lap of the race. Philip Warnell following Fougere. And here comes Randy Bennett coming through corner number 10 into corner number 11, also gaining the sign for his last lap. As through corner number 4, here comes Blaise Fougere. In corner number 5 now, transitioning over to corner number 6 and the back straightaway. Warnell now also entering number 5, transitioning to number 6 in the back straightaway. Blaise Fougier in corner number 9. Number 10 and number 11, and Blaise Fougier seeing that beautiful checkered flag and claims victory in the Asylum Racing Vintage Open. Here comes Philip Warnell to earn second place. And through corner number 10 into corner number 11, Randy Bennett rounding off the top 3. Third place. Jonathan Head exiting the back straightaway. Pat Patterson still on the back straightaway. Head heading in to corner number 9. And on the front straightaway, Jonathan Head will claim 4th place. Pat Patterson earning 5th. And a very wide open win there for Blaise Fougier, 10 seconds ahead of Philip Warnell, who earned 2nd place. Warnell 17 seconds ahead of Randy Bennett. Jonathan Head getting 4th place, and then Pat Patterson getting 5th. And here we are, race number 7, Albin's Plumbing and Heating AM Superbike. 10-lap race with Michael Scott in pole position, followed by Andy Hutchison and George Church. Michael Brunt and Paul Clark carrying that second line. Matt Rector on the third alone, and in the fourth, Raul Arbelaez de La Paz and Mark Corkum as the racers are underway heading into corner number 1. And as the racers head out of corner number 1 into corner number 3, Andy Hutchison with the lead, followed by Michael Scott. Through corner number 4, almost at number 5 now. And entering the back straightaway, Andy Hutchison is in the lead, followed by Michael Scott. Third place appears to be Paul Clark. Followed what seems to be Michael Brunt and Mark Corkum. Heading through corner number 10 and into corner number 11, Andy Hutchison with the lead, followed closely by Michael Scott. Following Michael Scott, we have Paul Clark and Mark Corkum, followed by Michael Brunt, George Church, and Matt Rector and Raul Arbelaez de La Paz carrying up the rear. And in the second lap, Andy Hutchison continuing to lead the pack, followed by Michael Scott, and a bit of a distance there between second and third place. Paul Clark still in third place. Mark Corkum trying to overtake Clark for that third place position. And heading into corner number 5, Corkum has overtaken Clark for third place, entering the back straightaway. Hutchison and Michael Scott still a decent lead ahead of Corkum. George Church was almost overtaken over by Roll. Roll able to take that, I believe, 8th place position away from Matt Rector. Brunt leading the bottom 4. As Hutchison and Michael Scott still a large lead over third place Mark Corkum, followed by Paul Clark. Roll now taking over from Michael Brunt for the leader of the bottom 4. Roll, Brunt, followed by, I believe, that is Matt Rector. Heading into corner number 3, it is Roll, followed by Brunt, Church, and in the rear, Matt Rector. As Hutchison is speeding down the backstretch into corner number 7, followed by Michael Scott and Mark Corkum. Large distance now between Corkum and Paul Clark. As Roll seems to be getting closer to Paul Clark, just as George Church overtakes Michael Brunt. George Church overtaking Michael Brunt. Heading through corner number 9. And looking forward at corner number 3, Hutchison gaining the lead. Hutchison with an even larger lead ahead of Michael Scott. Corkum catching up with Scott. Paul Clark now heading into corner number 3. Roll catching up with him. Church, Brunt storming forward. Matt Rector still in the rear. As looking forward at the back straightaway, Andy Hutchison just exiting it, followed by Michael Scott. Corkum even closer to Michael Scott. Paul Clark now on the back straightaway as well with Roll. And here comes Hutchison in the front straightaway. Matt Rector has now overtaken Michael Brunt. Michael Brunt taking up the rear of the pack as they head into corner number 9. Hutchison with a commanding lead over Michael Scott. And Mark Orcom. Scott just on his tail. Roll Arlays de la Paz getting closer to the tail of Paul Clark. And Cork possibly trying to open Scott on the back straightaway, just not enough speed so far. Scott will have to be careful as Corkum gets ever closer. And Roll just now on the tail of Paul Clark. Heading down the back straightaway. Church has pulled ahead. A distance between him and Matt Rector. Michael Brunt falling behind. Mark Corkum just on the tail of Michael Scott as they head into corner number 1. And speaking of just on the tail, Paul Clark and Roll battling for that 4th place position. Clark and Roll both having best time so far this race on this lap. As the halfway marker is now out for these racers. And on the back straightaway, Mark Corkum getting ever closer to Michael Scott. As Andy Hutchison still with a commanding lead, and it appears that Michael Brunt has entered the paddock. Michael Brunt has now left the pack. As Mark Corkum has overtaken the position from Michael Scott. Corkum, who started this race in the last place position, once again powering through in 2nd place now. Matt Rector now in the final placement as himself and George Church entering corner number 9. Paul Clark and Roll still very close together as they are on the front straightaway. Clark looking back to see how close Roll is to him as they head into corner number 1. And Church and Rector neck and neck as they are heading also through corner number 1. Corkum getting closer to Andy Hutchison on the backstretch. Still a ways to go for Corkum, but gaining nonetheless. Michael Scott still behind Corkum. And heading into the back straightaway is Clark and Roll Arlays de la Paz. Andy Hutchison and Mark Corkum heading into corner number 1, followed by Michael Scott. Paul Clark has pulled away slightly from Roll as George Church and Matt Rector still on that back straightaway heading into corner number 7. Mark Corkum getting ever closer to Andy Hutchison. Does he have enough time to possibly challenge for that 1st place position? And Roll and Paul Clark neck and neck. Paul Clark able to keep his lead over Roll Arlays de la Paz as they enter corner number 1. And now on the back stretch, Hutchison followed closely by Mark Corkum. Corkum powering down the back stretch, getting closer to Hutchison. This is going to be interesting to see if Corkum can pull off the upset. Michael Scott now exiting the backstretch. Roll and Clark still battling for that 4th place position. Roll and Clark just... Oh my gosh, Corkum just super close to Andy Hutchison at this point. Paul Clark still with the lead over Roll as we look to corner number 2 to see if Corkum has so far taken over. He has taken over 1st place. Mark Corkum in the lead over Andy Hutchison. So they head into corner number 4. And Roll now with the lead over Paul Clark as well. Apparently something placed through corner number 9. Roll was able to take the lead. On the back straightaway now, Hutchison trying to get his lead back from Mark Corkum. As Matt Rector now has the lead over George Church for that 6th and 7th position. Michael Scott falling further and further behind, but still in a good position, 3rd place. Mark Corkum coming through corner number 10 and into corner number 11, a small lead over Andy Hutchison. 1 lap remaining in this race for these 2 racers. Can Hutchison pull, I would say, a comeback, coming back from having 1st for the most of the race, falling behind a Corkum? Can he come back, or will Corkum once again go from the final placement to 1st? Matt Rector has a decent lead over George Church at the bottom straightaway. Mark Corkum still with the lead over Andy Hutchison. Mark Corkum exiting the back straightaway. They are neck and neck. This is a close race. Corkum just blocking a pass attempt by Andy Hutchison. This is going to be down to the wire. Heading into corner number 10 and into corner number 11. Mark Corkum with a slight lead. Will that change? Hutchison trying his best, but Corkum gets 1st place. Mark Corkum from last to 1st. Andy Hutchison earning 2nd place. Michael Scott in 3rd. What a day for Mark Corkum. 2 victories. Races at the final position, pulling off upsets. What a day for Mark Corkum as we now roll heading into corner number 11 and claiming 4th place. Roll Arbelaise de la Paz, 4th place, as we see now Paul Clark also heading into the front stretch, earning 5th. It's now between Matt Rector and George Church as they head through the final few turns, and it looks like Matt Rector will be claiming that 6th place position. George Church in 7th. And that is a race. That is the end of the Albans Plumbing Heating AM Superbike race, with Mark Corkum pulling off the upset, earning 1st place. Andy Hutchison in 2nd, Michael Scott in 3rd. Roll Arbelaise de la Paz earning 4th, Paul Clark 5th, Matt Rector and George Church earning 6th and 7th, respectively. All right, here we go for race number 8, the lightweight 250, lightweight 400 expert, lightweight 400 amateur race with 10 laps, and I'll be honest, a lot of racers. In pole position, Mark Goodwin, Gary McKinnon, Darcy George, Matt Covey, and Jonathan Anderson, followed by Tim Storer. And they're off before I can name the other ones. In the back half, we have Craig McInnes, William Martin, William Fomsavan, Kathleen Coburn, Scott Connolly, Scott Campbell, Jarrett Campbell, Angus McLarty, Angus Campbell, Connor Warnell, Ryan Hum, Jim Marlowe, Mike Kemp, Ron Berdino, and Kevin Burr. Racers now entering close to corner number 5 and heading into corner number 6 now as they begin the back straightaway. First place appears to be Mark Goodwin, followed by what looks to be Matt Covey, followed by Darcy George, Gary McKinnon, and Jonathan Anderson. Tim Storer taking up the back of that pack. And heading through corner number 11 on the first, yes. Oh, it's Gary McKinnon in first place. My mistake there. Gary McKinnon is in first place. Mark Goodwin in 4th. As the pack comes through, and a long line of names. Leading the amateur lightweight is Scott Connolly, followed by Craig McInnes and Kathleen Coburn. Racers once again now entering the back straightaway. And Gary McKinnon pulling out to a pretty decent lead over who appears to be Matt Covey, followed by Darcy George and Mark Goodwin. Jonathan Anderson pulling up the rear there with Tim Storer, very close, and who I believe to be Scott Connolly, still leading the pack for the amateur. As most racers starting to go through corner number 9. Yes, Scott Connolly leading, followed by Craig McInnes and Kathleen Coburn. William Fomsavan in that 4th place position for the amateur lightweight. And still just pulling ahead further and further, Gary McKinnon. As we see a tight race between 2nd and 4th, I believe, for the expert lightweight. Matt Covey followed closely by Darcy George on the back straightaway. Connolly still with that lead, but it appears that Campbell's trying to Craig McInnes is trying to overtake, but falls behind. Kathleen Coburn still behind Craig McInnes. Racers heading through. Gary McKinnon posting his best time of the race so far, 1 minute 15 seconds and 45 milliseconds. McKinnon just with a commanding lead over Matt Covey, Mark Goodwin, and Darcy George. As it appears, Mark Goodwin has overtaken Darcy George for that 3rd place positioning in the expert. And it looks like Scott Connolly is still leading the amateur lightweight. Craig McInnes still just on his tail. as they enter the back straightaway. Tim Storer, a bit of a distance behind the pack for the expert. Jonathan Anderson close by him. Behind Kathleen Coburn, I think we see Ron Berdino. And now heading through corner number 11, Connolly followed by McGinnis and Coburn. Behind Coburn, we have number 55, Ron Berdino, followed by number 2, William Fobsavon. A rider just on the tail of William, though. William being chased by William Martin. And Scott Campbell just behind Martin. Goodwin now in second position over Matt Covey. And it appears I missed it. Both George and Goodwin passing Matt Covey on the back straightaway now. And on the back straightaway still, Scott Connolly has passed Tim Storer. Amateur ahead of expert. As they head through corner number 9. Positions remaining semi-stagnant. Connolly followed by Storer and McGinnis. Kathleen Coburn coming through the front straightaway. Followed by Ron Berdino. Very tight race between William Fumsavon and William Martin. Scott Campbell just behind him and Jarrett Campbell just behind Scott. Here comes Mike Kemp across the line, followed by Connor Warnell. And looking forward on the back straightaway. McKinnon still with a commanding lead, having passed Kevin Burr, having lapped Kevin Burr. Covey still trying to get past Darcy George. And McGinnis has passed Scott Connolly for the first place in the amateur division. McGinnis now leads, followed by Scott Connolly and Kathleen Coburn. Ron Berdino just behind Kathleen. McGinnis having his lead grow over Scott Connolly. Behind Berdino, again, very, very close race between William Fobsavon and William Martin. Followed by the 3 Campbells, Scott Campbell, Jarrett Campbell, and Angus Campbell. And here comes Mike Kemp, followed by Connor Warnell. Angus McLarty now also on the front straightaway. And taking a look at that back straightaway, McKinnon heading into corner number 9 as Mark Goodwin and Darcy George exit the back straightaway, heading into corner number 8 and now number 9. McGinnis still commanding lead now over Scott Connolly, still in that first place position for the amateur. And taking a look at the amateur still, Craig McGinnis with the lead over Scott Connolly. Kathleen Coburn in third for the amateur, followed by Ron Berdino. Scott Campbell passed William Martin. And that was a close pass there right by the line. McKinnon still with a lead over Mark Goodwin and Darcy George. Craig McGinnis passing Jonathan Anderson on the backstretch heading into corner number 7 and into corner number 8. Ron Berdino going close towards Kathleen Coburn. Craig McGinnis still with a good lead over Scott Connolly. Berdino closing in on Kathleen Coburn. As we see a big pack of riders on the front straightaway heading through into corner number 1. Gary McKinnon exiting the back straightaway. Space opening up between him, Mark Goodwin, then decent space between Goodwin and George and Covey. McGinnis still leading the amateur on the back straightaway exiting. Yellow flag being waved. A yellow flag being waved out of the back straightaway as a rider is down, but it's up and okay. Large pack of riders heading into seeing the last lap flag. Gary McKinnon heading into corner number 9. McKinnon into corner number 10. McLarty heading into corner number 11. And here comes McKinnon. McKinnon claiming victory in the Expert Sports Bike. Gary McKinnon, first place, Expert Lightweight Super Sport 400. And first place for the Amateur Lightweight Super Sport 400, we have Craig McGinnis. And here comes Gary McKinnon entering the paddock, the winner of the Expert Lightweight Super Sport 400. Also entering the paddock now, Darcy George, Mark Goodwin, and Matt Covey. Following Covey, the winner of the Amateur Lightweight Supersport 400, Craig McGinnis.